Hi. Hi everyone and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Adventures 1 episode 5, and we're probably gonna finish it today, but no promises because it's gonna take a while probably. Well, seems like I am streaming on Trovent, which things do work for now. Have no idea for how long I will restream website been halfway working so far, but now it's completely not loading for me. So I may have to stream only on one platform if things go really bad. Aside from that, let's just go into the game. Continue. Trial part 2 of episode 5. There is way more to go. Sec. Things don't want to work. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Dickie P. That sucks. I hope everything will be fixed quickly. Okay, Sec. Can't start stream properly. Okay. One more thing. Yeah. Okay. Things are working, I think. Hi Mel, how you doing? Well, you said it's raining there. Must be cozy. But what were you doing before the stream? Joining the stream. Okay, lots of reading coming. Gotta brace myself. I think I'm gonna use controller. It's more comfy that way. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Yeah? Oh. Hey, what's with my controller? It's not working. Was I supposed to start controller before the game? No controller for me, eh? Wait time? What is this? Until a line is displayed. Ah, autoplay. I'm fine. Whatever. You know what? Mouse is fine. Have some water? Yes, of course. Of course. It disappears quickly lately. Witnesses. I will know, you will know. Retake the stand. I would hate. Why? Which game was it? I presume you heard the defense counsel's submission examination? Yeah, by the way, we did that last time. So you guys have to redo your testimonies, I guess. I still don't understand why we are actually taking them as witnesses, because obviously these people are too shady to trust. But this one is so cute. I did, Gav. I did. Mr. and I keep reading this as Mr. and Mrs. Skulking in my head. Mr. and Mr. Skulking. Core. Blimey. Core? What's that? This is going to be hard work. Every day is hard work for us. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks. Ah, Diver's Dream. Wait a second, is that like... I remember there is a game on VE. Deep Ocean or something? Or was it some Blue Ocean? Whatever. Where you're diving. I think there's even 2 games in the series. Is this related, I wonder? I heard lots of good things about that game, by the way. Not the one you played, though. Diver's Dream. Never heard of it. Probably would hate it. Well, depends. I mean, if you have unlimited health, breathe, then I'm good. Okay. Oh, well, it was Bedlam Soonest, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. Oh... Then, yeah, that's not a game for me, I guess. You brothers! Core, blimey! On the night in question, you riffled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing else. Oh my god, those chicks! They moved! How do you figure that out? Wait a second. Contradiction! They're so cute. You will now give a formal testimony once again. Didn't you just hear what they said, though? Like, no? You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Yeah, sure, they will. Of course. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. I really hope, though, so, Zeeks. And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Cheeks! A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. What? You... okay. You'll peach. Illegal entry. The whole truth. The truth. Okay, let's see. Alright. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't riffling for nothing. Riffling for nothing. Yeah, sure. Why did you enter the... No, stop it. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all the stuff went flying. Similar to the game. Okay. But companies are different, I assume. Lummy. I didn't have give me a flight. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. This is so confusing. This is the last case, yes. The last case of this game. But bad, it's gonna take a while. It's about, I believe I have around 3 parts left of it. And I played through 3 parts last stream and it took me 8 hours. 8 or 7? 7 maybe. I don't remember. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybank's countertop on the night in question. Thanks for mana seed. And hi. Hi. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah, tidied. Yeah. When no one asked you to do that. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mass. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. Eh? We don't, Nash, we don't. Can he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windybank's that night. There is more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Let's try to crack it. Can I just... I'm so used to controller controls. Hey, can I?
Hold it!
Yeah, you can. Okay, good. Why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? No, you're not. We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China. China? We'd only last ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you have done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Well, that's rotten luck. Yeah. Says the rotten apple eater. What? Why did you call him that way? That's rude. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? Because they're thieves? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. You said that before. But he's not taking their bullshit. Damn, that's a scary look. Sorry. Portion. I'm not sure. Like, how endless can it be? He's been having those like few days in a row. It was press.
Hold it!
Just gonna press on everything. But when you don't know what to do, just press. So, what are you saying is the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. I mean, could be possible, I guess. You know? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? Why are you looking at Ringo? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. I'm sorry to hear about your granny, though. Big bruv here screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. Fell over? This dude can't fall over on the counter. Did you see his height? He's standing on the box to even pick up out from this stand, or whatever you can call it here. So he's probably he has a height of probably like 2 years old child. He knocked over a load of books and candlestick and some skull whatnot. There was a skull. And got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? Wow, dominoes effect, hey? You've really mastered working quietly. True. What a racket. Me Granny would have been scared back into her grave at the clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. Yeah, I wish I wish we didn't have to go through so much trouble just to hear that. It would look like flumping business didn't work out. You're right! Is that Mario there? Okay. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse. And then all of a sudden, BAM! What was that? He's all acted up. How do I pursue?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Sir? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Do you? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. Well then, maybe you shouldn't have reacted to what he said. But, no, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Mr. or Mrs.? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, well, the fact is, cases don't get... Sorry. Don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they are saying now. Oh, that's when you know that they are lying, when there is inconsistencies in what they're saying. Like, ask them multiple times about the stuff that happened, and if they say different stuff every time, that's how you know they make up a story. Did it? Apparently so. You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have. Does it ring a bell? Now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? Why the hell not? That's I guess it's a useful skill. Well, the thing is, I've just watched probably a little bit too many of these crime investigation videos, like just crime videos, and there's lots of interrogations in those. Yeah. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be. Yeah, I do enjoy watching those. I shall be for. Usually they do bring me into... I don't know. I feel sad after those, obviously. It's sad to, you know, to To see how some people end others' lives. But I guess you can learn something from these cases. I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. Oh, we'll get it right this time. It's not about you guessing what's right or not. It's about you giving the, like, real testimony. Hi, Eugen. Nice to see you too. Hi. How's your day going? What's day? Wait a second. Oh, I got scared. It says Friday, but yeah, it's like two minutes into Friday here. I was like, what the fuck? I was sure I was planning another game on that day. So, how's your Thursday? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Yeah, then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. He really did hesitate to call them that way. Right you are, Gav. Cheeks! We heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" Huh? Whose voice was that? Could you tell me? So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gav, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. What? If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun? Is that how it went? That's kind of weird. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of victim, Mr. Winterbank. On me granny's life, course it was. On his granny life. His. Wait a second, aren't you brothers though? Isn't it supposed to be you're both of yours, granny? Accessories? Accessories? What do you mean? Like... So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice. Hey, so that would mean what? I mean, you can't recognize someone's voice if... what, Nash? What? Any ideas? Skull crucifix. You mean... well, it's just the picture on their back, yeah. Cute, isn't it, though? Boring. My day was alright. Couldn't say it was boring, but I'm not fully happy with how it went. Could have been better. Yes, Consul, indeed it would. Nah. Is that what you mean? We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clobbers giving us the evil look? You mean... Van Zeeks? 144p, are you okay, DKP? Hi. I'm sorry to hear about those news about the cable. I hope it will be fixed It's not only their bag. Oh, you mean these? I kind of missed it. Cute. How do you think? Is this the mask? Or are they just to really have... like, they lack some sleep in their lives? He even closed his eyes, like, come on. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me granny's life, it is. On his granny lives, it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. That's so foul, though, nah. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot. Wait, what did he say? You distract me. Causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Are you not? Don't forget we tidied up after, like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. That's all? Seriously? Are you sure about that? The bloke would, we read that. Press. Hold it! You were saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands. Oh, yeah. Bet that was a sight, eh? Them who having them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." It didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Massaging that cheek. Yes. Slower. It really is small. You could join Twitch for the time being if you want, DKP. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it, cooked his goose proper. Is that really what happened? Just reminded something. I'm gonna write it down a sec. My memory, I just have to. Not in the bakery. Bakery? Why? But he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Gimme that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gav. Give me that gun. Bang! Papers. Kind of thing. They really are good at acting. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Wait a second. You already saw that. I'm confused. Did we go through this? I don't realize. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. You tidied the place. Tidying the scene of the crime. Perfect.
Hold it!
I mean, they cleaned another room, but... So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not in your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. But the wind, right up me. Put the wind right up me. Wind? Last time the wind was mentioned in this game. YouTube? What do you mean about it? My YouTube is dead. I can't stream nor put up videos, nothing, because I got kind of a strike. For a week I can't do shit. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Twitch is there. It's the same name. I'm imNoveria on Twitch if you want to watch me there. Twitch works, yes. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we have been led to believe. By the way, you can type !S, just the letter S, into chat, and I believe you will be given a link with all my social links, like wherever you can find me is there. It was, Gav, it was from the inside. You'll bleed conspiracy. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. There was a window. Like through the keyhole or spy hole, perhaps. Like what? Don't ring no bell. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... In which game? Stealing? Well, really got them a start. Why are they showing the... It does work, eh? Yeah. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. But don't come to conclusions yet. Jenny was in there unconscious with a gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? Ah, that's right, Gav, that's right. Ah, could have. Even if we couldn't have. Even if we wanted to. I think it should work on Trovo too, because I've said like couple... It should work, but I didn't test it. Actually, I think I did. Should work. Yes, it works. Thanks, Mel, for testing it. Hey, Sid, welcome to Twitch. Thanks for following. Rent to bakery? Did you need the bread so badly?
Hold it!
It's mine. Yes, we're up on you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Alex Sholmes. Yeah, but that, by the way. Oh, yeah. It was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth to be told, I was already shaking like leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like leaf, don't put loaded gun in your hand. That's a smart girl there. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth to be told, we don't. My mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Well, Iris, I don't think you can actually predict whenever you're gonna be, your mind is gonna go blank. Oh, 3G. Okay. A mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but just like Dicky beat it. Apparently, we looked dodgy to the coppers or summit, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you have been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Picture of revolver. Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it. Done it, eh? What proves it? What does it prove? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? Hey, what? Well, 'cause it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun in his head. His? Wait a second. Did he say his? Accused. His. But the accused is Gina. She's a woman. I'm confused. Something. Are you hungry? In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct? Look at him, missing every damn hit. Besides the last one. Maybe that's how they actually supposed to do it? I'm kind of wondering, is this how they are supposed to do it, or are they just missing? You got it, mister. Down to the T. Hi, imNoveria. Hi, how you doing? So, the Skulking brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I look lost. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. I don't think I need to relax right now because work. Thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Sake. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. Eh? You have concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. Because they look like fucking suspicious people. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. I mean, doesn't really matter how old you are, because inside you can be like completely in different development states. I should save because I'm not sure what I can do here. Probably gonna have some problems here. Wait. Here. Pair of robber idiots. Come on, they're cute. Don't. Whoa. Can I? Wait, no, I didn't return? Ah, that's how you return. Wait a second. It's the wrong button. What did I... What's wrong? Oh, Iwich. Yeah, who cares? Brace yourselves. This wrong message will be there for a while. Actually, can I can do it right now, but I don't want to take 2 minutes from my stream. I have no idea what I gotta do. I think I'm gonna look up quickly. Yeah. Where's my... Teen Witch series. I like it. Present crime scene photograph. The block would own the place holding a gun, so we should have fired instead. Wait, is this real? I'm confused. Wait. I don't see how I'm supposed to present the photograph here. Do you? Oh my god, why do I have so many? It's just two. Which one? Photograph of Gina. Crime scene. Am I looking up wrong?
Objection!
Okay, I would never guessed. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Oh, that's it, Gov. You have got the picture? He has, Nash, he has, no question. And yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. I mean, maybe someone took it from him? Doesn't prove anything. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett? What? Who? That ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windebank's gun was found on the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Yeah, pretty much like that, I guess. My break, it was alright. Short. It wasn't really a break because I was busy with doing things. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you have so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Oh goodness, are you sure, Consul? I'm not sure either. You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Eh? Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? I have no idea. This game sometimes feels a little bit too cryptic. I don't remember having that much problems with original series. Like, more or less things were more logical to me. Any guesses? Anyone? Have you been paying attention? Hey. Fat fingers. Good. Okay, we need to present autopsy report or the crime scene photograph. So you can still use the same photograph or autopsy. What's in the autopsy report? Where is it? Did I even read it? Examine. I did read it. Single bullet wound. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death. Bullet entered the body from the back. The gently rising diagonal. Okay. Okay, let's present it.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we have been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states What were you voice acting? 4 hours straight. That the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Yeah. But, and? I mean, what's the inconsistency? They said that the voice was heard before the shot. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Has no voices. Oh, didn't know. You like the game? But But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun. You just said you didn't see them. Eh? Someone like that must have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to contrary... wait. The Skulking brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Or they looked through the opening in the window, through the door. Nah! Depressing post-apocalyptic anime. Like what? Ghost in the Shell? Oh, duh. Three more. Are you gonna play them all, Mal? Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Oh, wait a second. Is he, like, literally saying this in the courtroom? Depressing like Rule of Rose. No way. Seriously? To on PS2. I heard lots of good things on that Wii game. I even wanted to try it my own, but not sure that it's interesting for the stream. Am I to understand that you replace the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what he'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? I thought... Judge? No? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ruff, come on, the game's up. But you'll have our guts for garters. Someone's not letting them tell the truth? In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. If we press you hard enough. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? Yes, you do. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Yeah, really? I hope that it's gonna be the last. But I really feel like it won't be the last. Let's see. How is it? Like it's gonna be truth. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we had just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he blew at us like he was possessed. I thought he had it. We had it. For an old geezer, the block was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Why are you sweating like that then? So, you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Whoa. We find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed cross-examination. Yeah, thanks. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. There's gonna be probably like more of these moments. I know what exactly to do. I just read it, so we can just, yeah.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. No, nothing at all. And nothing, Gav, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was. From inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent room. Door, I mean. That one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So, in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused Miss Gina Lestrade. Kinda adorable. Well, the small guy is quite adorable, I'm gonna say. It would indeed appear so. What say you that, counsel, to that? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Vindybank? I mean, of course, since I know it's not her. I mean, I don't really know, but come on. Alright? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you had encountered the victim face to face that night. Возражаю? Objection? The course of this trial changed completely. Indeed. What is your point, my learned friend? I'm friend. We're friends. The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Vindybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. My honor. Yeah, pretty much. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Antagonist lawyers. Well, in this game... No. Actually, the first case had a different prosecution lawyer. Because we were in Japan. And starting with episode 3, it was only 1 Zeeks. But obviously in other games there's more. A regional series has lots of prosecution lawyers. Before you came? What do you mean? You mean here? There's lots of cases. I'm not the only lawyer. Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there is one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there is a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. When I wake up, depends. I do wake up quite late in the day, since I'm streaming mostly at night these days. Depends. So now time for some clarity. There is more. I don't know, but I guess maybe in the second game of this mini-series there will be more. But main series, as I remember, there's quite a few. Quite a few. And one of them actually has a game of himself, like two games, and that are played a little bit differently. And I like that character a lot. Sid? He only asked when I wake up. Show the court on this plan the answer to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. I would never guess, but I think they want me to do it here.
Take that!
From outside of this room. Of this room, I mean. Because he was killed there. There's no other blood stains anywhere else besides there, but I think we know who was shot there. So I don't understand how they managed to do it. Wasn't there a gunshot once? How did... If they actually killed the victim, who shot Sholmes? The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from the location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Around here. I don't understand how it's actually possible, but is the window like located too low that they could actually shoot it from, like, because the location that the bullet entered his body was from, like, it went like this, slightly. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. I don't know if I'm just being a little bit, I don't know, slow or something, but I'm not sure I would even guessed about this. Would you guess about this? Someone was... I looked it up. I just looked it up because no way I could guess it. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of the blood, in the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. True. Which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. Yeah. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside of the storeroom? Well, according to Skulkin Brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. That was a perfect timing. Thanks for mana. That these brothers and the had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the store. Nah! Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on the rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Yeah, but... Oh, does this mean... No, but they said the door was closed from inside. So I don't understand how it works. Was the door open and that's how they killed him? And then the door somehow was locked from inside? Was Gina who locked the door? I don't understand. By the way, Sid, you may want to preserve the mana because I'm not collecting it this week. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So, even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered the body on an upward trajectory. Okay, yeah, I guess. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
What's there to object to? I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Okay. That's okay, yeah. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? What? Dexterous? What does it mean? But don't forget that there was also Gina inside the room. What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Are you dumb? Oh, very well. Present your hypothesis to the court. I think I know who. Agile, nimble, dexterous. It was you all along. Look at those cheeks. Look at those. Oh my god. They knew precisely what they were doing. Who's this guy? Ah, Eggert Benedict. Nice name, yeah. Present. Yeah?
Take that!
Why is the music still playing though? Obviously the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. That's all you have to say? Your suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed door. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. Because she didn't do it? Maybe they attacked and that's why they tried to hide themselves in that room? But the old man was too late, he was shot? I am inclined to agree. I must say, well, counsel. Yes, that's a tricky one. That's a toughie. Isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my court room. Wait a second. Am I gonna get penalty? But of course, Jeannie would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Jeannie in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously, exactly. Before the brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into the shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. His brother is like, I can't believe you. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. I shot you down. Bang, bang. You hit the ground. Bang, bang. Hit the back in the back by the bullet. Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
Like, the one I sang. But I ain't. I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, God, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. Who would never shoot no one? Well, it's hard to believe, I gotta say, but maybe you're just, like, I don't know. You had a gun.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Halleck Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. But I gotta say that's kind of unlikely, because their gun was shot only once. And another gun that was found was in hands of Gina. So that's just a temporary win. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. Three. That was amazing, Bruno. Thank you. I know. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. Perfect. I know. First time ever. And probably the last. What do you mean first? Yeah. I mean, we will probably get to it, like, just you watch. Well, I think you have done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. Look at it. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? You didn't think it was over, did you? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zix. The hair. I just love it every time. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. More wine. Yes, please. I dare say. Such chicanery? What is this? Is the bread and butter on the street performers in your provincial Eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. God, why you have to use such difficult words all of a sudden? What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Fatal. Hey! Do you mean to tell me that you are unaware of your logic's failing? Well, you do that often yourself, so I can do that sometimes, too. I say, Lord Van Zix, might be an idea to explain this bully conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. He never really drinks. Is he? Did he drink ever? Assuming you are not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. Here we go. He noticed then. She knew that too. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Rianovsky, please. Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. He did drink. Oh, okay. Two bullets. Correct. The first was which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second was that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in this incident. The revolver belonging to victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the skulking brother's revolver. The evidence shows that the single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed, it does. Single bullet from each. Was it? I mean, we just know that the brother's gun had only, like, from the whole pack, there was 1 bullet missing, which makes them think that. What if it's not? What if they, like, replenished some of the bullets that were shot before? Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Halleck Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness! I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Winterbank not shot by the same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick, with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. What's that? Order! How many bottles does he bring into each case, I wonder? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. If he hit it, like, if he make it fly a little bit too high, someone could get hurt. Lord 16. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused Miss Gina Lestrade is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person on the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Sometimes. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. And we can see beyond doubt that in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. Yeah, about the picture. And I have here in my possession 1 more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Why didn't you present it earlier? That disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Mr. Of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't! Don't give it up to him. It's mine, that is. Mine! I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGilded. Why they don't use Mr. anymore? Just because he's dead doesn't mean you can be disrespectful. McGilded's music box. I can't. Box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank. They still talk about Winterbank as Mr. though, even though he's dead too. The accused attempt attempted, yes, brain fart, to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim statement. Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. Huh? What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? What's on the disc? What's in the box? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. Well, he's here just to keep an eye on these two guys. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor. I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff. Can I listen to it? What's the point of the disc without listening to it? The prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Baseness? She's based? There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decision and rest my case. Increased. I don't know about that. I had the jury on my side for once. For all 5 minutes. That felt more than 5 minutes, to be honest. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord! Ah, it's you. Wonder if I might say something at this point. Oh no, is that another summation examination coming in? Based on what? Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now. If truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is bully obvious to me and my man. There is only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Oh, guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Okay. Is it time for lunch? That was a good day of working. Oh, we have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Yeah. How dare he use it against us? We're just writing. Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished here yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be. Because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windebank. That's beyond any doubt. Is it? No? Is it? Oh, very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Already? Second? Right. Right. We ended last stream with a... After going through first. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garridap's squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. A different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. He's still thinking of that operation. Well, they can sue you, I think, so you should. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see. I'm on for a busy day ahead. Now, stops. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Suspicious. Oh my god. That's a cute little ball with ears. It looks squishy indeed. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. Have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. True. She probably still should be in prison for stealing, I guess. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Oh, really? Fruitless? We'll see. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. Wait, so you also think that truth hasn't been revealed yet? That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with summation examination. I wish you also had cheeks like those, that guy. That move would look so much better. Yes, my lord. Walking? No walking? Defense's rebuttal. Yeah. Can we listen to this? What's the point of the disc itself? For Mr. McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Rono? Yeah. Or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing in the back of his disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Bruno, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Can you check it? Like, can she check the color? Yes. Yes, we do need it. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed it before. Ahaha! Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc. Don't sprinkle it on me. Sprinkle it on me. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Shut up and do stuff. Green. Pretty sure the calendar blood was also green. Zombie blood. You need practice and daily practice to actually start. Please feel more confident in speaking. I mean, my English still sucks because since I started speaking, I stopped learning. But at least pronunciation kinda is better. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green is it. It's not the first time I've seen that color, is it? Yes. True. Can we is it where's this? I have no idea what that's actually giving us though. Have we checked this item? I don't think so. You have to pop your yeah, it's the stereoscope or whatever it is called. Any blood? No. Looks cool. You boys love pressing buttons. I gotta say I like pressing buttons too. Especially if you don't know what they do. I expect that might have killed some people before. Watching movies without translation. Yes, that I guess also helps a lot. There was time when I did that too. Sometimes I still do it when I can't find a good Russian translation. Definitely helps. No? Anything new in this position? No, I don't see anything. think I've checked everything else, but can't be certain. No, wait.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlour maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. Crockery? 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. If you go to a few of such parties, you can collect a whole set. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. Why the another bullet was like... something like this never came up so far. How am I supposed to find you another bullet? The 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? What? I can prove it? Can I? Okay, be my guest. Oh shit. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. The box? No, I mean the disc? There is some blood.
Take that!
Oh shit, that's not right. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Oh, he deep in my heart. Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning not much. Yeah, pretty sure that's what he meant. In no way does it resemble a bullet. I mean, there's some blood on it, and it looks like it can be sharp, as if it did cut. Yeah, I guess it's not much of a bullet though, but... Fuck. I should have saved. Try to find this 3rd bullet. This poor guy.
Hold it!
I feel kind of bad for him, but maybe at such an old age he should not do operations. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Yeah, the defendant's life is on the line here. Oh, well, the thing is... I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there is no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? What is he talking about? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you have been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... what was the fellow's name now? Herlick... No, Herlock? No, hairlock. Are you Sleepy Seed? Hairlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord. I can see your eyes. He has eyes. It was that hairlock fellow. What? Why did you leave inside his body? You're the surgeon that operated the Mr. Sholmes. How is he, by the way? I hope he's alive. That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a very major op. I can tell. You. This is crazy. Well, let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other. So I opened him like a shot. Opened. Oh my god. I feel weak in my legs. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with fine-tooth comb. Wait, what? And couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Wait a second. Was there an leaving, like, if the bullet did leave, there's usually 2 holes in the body, so you can't tell if the bullet did leave the body or not. If there's no other hole, it should be inside. I hate to state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. And, well, truth to be told, we did see it's in the calendar. But what if there is a bullet inside Hairlock? That would actually open some possibilities for us, because that would be the 3rd bullet. The counsel for the defense is correct. As it's clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulking brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. I thought it was still a judge talking. Then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Huh? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. Surgeon, too? As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. What? He's just misspelling his name, that's all. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. And you left it inside? You said you didn't find it. Oh my god. That's the worst. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. As usual. So, can I already PT with the seconder that says 2 bullets? Can I?
Objection!
No? Oh no! I forgot to save again because I was sure. But wait a second. Do I have to press him again? I'm confused.
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I have experienced some coincidence recently, but this is ridiculous. This is no more ridiculous than the other jury members, to be honest. That's more fine than a killer to be a juror. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there is no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He's lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suppose he was shot in quite close range too. Because his skin was badly burned around the point of entry. Oh, burned. As I say, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Oh well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery. I'd like to solve it, but I have no idea how. If only there was some expert of ballistics who could help. Do we have an expert here? Chat, anyone? Going to sleep. Good night, Seat. Have beautiful dreams. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. 6. Seriously? Ballistics expert. Right. I completely forgot about you. There you go. There. You get your help here.
Objection.
I forgot to save again. Fell asleep. Oh, so sweet. Good night. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Wait, what? Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. Oh! Hold me, everyone. I'm gonna fall. That was my chair. I swear. Walk. Baby, walk! On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the skulking brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villian. Pleased to meet you. There's a apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The night was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. True. I'm kinda curious though. I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of what? How do you say it? Exit wound? Then where did bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Huh? Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Yeah, and wasn't there a wound? Entrance wound? A bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side. Are you saying you were penetrated by the ice? What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. There is no ice in the shop, I think, though. It made deep wound that looks like bullet wound. Good gracious. Plus, doctor said there was a burn mark on the body near the entrance wound, so how do you explain that? Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. That's quite insane. I feel like it's hard to come up with something like this. It must have been an actual real case with someone. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Shooting happened in pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road or in any. Yeah, true. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Need a drink. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass piles? File? What? Are you saying the glass came in? But chemicals. Well, okay, chemicals could have burned him. That's true. But if there was a cut, wouldn't they find the glass inside him at least? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Wanzix. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber inside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Yeah, let's check it out. I see. Well, one of the vials is broken, I can see. So, this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. So that night, the bullet from Skulking Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet does not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. But that doesn't... okay, and whatever... that doesn't bring us to any new bullets. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. He is drinking. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Yeah, I still don't understand how it's gonna help us. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Yeah, you didn't forget any bullets in his body. Or... Thank you, young man. Da. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Harley's pouch isn't scruffy. What does it mean? Scruffy. Yeah. Struggling to alter opinion, I'm just careful with that. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow. I'm sure of it. I hope. I mean, I'm the main character, of course there will be. We always win. Is this what I think it is? It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! This must be where the bullet hit them. Let me see. The bullet is here. This is the third bullet. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? That's the Skulking Brothers bullet. Then the calendar's bullet. Where does that come from? What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. Indeed. Why did he have to have such difficult operation though? Like, as if he didn't, wasn't even shot. Well, this thing exploded. I wonder how bad the explosion was. I mean, how can you... Did it like explode his belly? Then it's weird that they even thought that it was a bullet wound in the first place. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windybanks that night. We have found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press the juror again. Thanks for telling me. I mean, I wasn't sure what I can do with the juror itself because I can't present evidence to them. Can I just... No, okay, fine. I think she was 2nd.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that got you It's the same, no? Ah! Right. Right, it's the same dialogue, but now we can actually do something. I can prove it.
Take that!
Take that. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Shouldn't he have just presented it to the court itself, not to just juror? Yes. On the night in question in Windybank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
I really don't understand how you missed that bullet, 1-6. What is this new trickery you Nipponese conjure? What? Where did you find that bullet? Where you failed to find it, you dumbass. It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes's pouch. What? Yeah, he must be blind. His pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes's waist before it was taken to he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulking brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired in Mr. Sholmes. Well, apparently there either was another gun on the spot, or, I don't know, maybe they reloaded the gun that had only one bullet shot. I don't know what happened there. But the fact stays, there were 3 bullets shot. It's clearly visible on the photographic print. Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and belonging to the Skulking brothers. And examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah! But what that must mean. That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. I hit him in the heart. Order. Well, this summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. Really fast? Why would I? Science. Hi Mapo. Incontrovertible inconsistency. Nah. I can't. Incontrovertible inconsistency. Incontrovertible inconsistency. Incontrovertible inconsistency. Fuck you. As my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspect the summation examination. What did you know? You know nothing. By Jupiter. What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Wait, what? Are we still questioning? I don't get it. Aren't we supposed to, like, do more investigation? Because we're missing definitely a gun from the crime scene. Witnesses. Governor, were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with a tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing. Is it one of yours? Girl, blame me, Gov, girl, blame me. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The skulky bravos work alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. Didn't you say there were three of you? How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only two of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy. That's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we have heard and all evidence we have seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. I don't know about you, but I'm kinda lost. Oh my lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Sulking brothers. They had another brother, gun. It's nothing to do with them. They had a secret accomplice. I mean, it could be both. Accomplice and another gun. And while they were running away, they could just, I don't know, throw it out. I'll save because I don't have many lives left. I might as well just... On that night in Windy Banks pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. Hey. Am I right? The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
That dead look on his eye. An accomplice, you say? Pig's will. Huh? Why did he call me? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet, in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. How am I supposed to give you a fucking evidence. The prosecution demands answers on two conditions? Two what? 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. I don't understand how am I supposed to, like, okay, I can only prove that there was one, but identity is definitely not my job to do. It's police and maybe even prosecution, but definitely not me. The Skulkings are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they are hiding? Well, counsel. I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is... I'm not ready though. How am I supposed to do this? I'm just looking up. Oh, I'm ready. It says I'm ready. Okay. I'm not ready though. The defense is ready. Yeah? I believe I can provide all the answers to the prosecution demands. Okay. I shall see. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. Swimming eyes. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There is no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Green. I don't think it's this, I guess. I barely have chances. I gotta look it up. Blood samples? I looked at them myself, but how are they actually... I don't see
Take
it.
that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. Is it? That portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Staring contest. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? I gotta say, I have no idea. Wait a second. This has not... Is it? Sample 1, it says. Wait. Wait. This one? Calendar. Doesn't belong to Mr. Sholmes. How it... Well, we just know that this bullet was not shot in Sholmes, I guess. So that's not his blood.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? It's okay, DKP. You don't have to suffer through it. Another color? How do you know that? You know his color? Tell me. There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? A zombie bloodstain. Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that an intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories yet. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This forger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. She is quite excited about blood. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windebank. I mean, the court is just gonna accept it. Like, this kind of machine was never created in the world, and they're just like, yes, we just made this machine and you have to accept it. Like, no court would accept it as an evidence. We could just paint it over or something. You just make it up. Yes, so you see the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. No, hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, could it? No, it's not unrelated. Like, unrelated how? How many people are gonna be shot in the pawnbrokery, do you think? Yeah. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windebank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be blood of somebody else, the third intruder.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. That's your job, not mine. You can't delay this any longer, my lord friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? I mean, could be anyone. You. I mean, they were calling him as their third brother. Call it. Really? Is it? I mean, I'm very leaning towards Inspector. I'm gonna look it up because meh. It's Eggert.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Consul? He paid a visit to Windy Bank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. Just admitting it. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defense by force. Defendant? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes. The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Wastrel? And needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord, that's more or less what happened. And, in the interests of being thorough, I asked Windebank for a print showing the fellow. Oh. Nice picture. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder. Gubbinses? What is it? Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windebank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? He could be. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulking? Never seen the geezer before in my life. On me live, Gav, on me live, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. Gets a say in the court. Isn't that how court actually usually goes? Usually. I'm sure your lordship recalls that my lord Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. I can? Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is filthy criminal you say he is. I can't. But how can I? This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the court. Oh, wow. I don't like this description. It's creepy. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Talk at least one time. Sometimes in this game, at least in the series, I believe you do question the accused, but only when it's like needed. Yes, my lord, the defense will present the evidence now. Plus, we did talk to McGilded. As far as I remember, maybe we will also question Gina further in the trial. Prove that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Ah, he took the disc? Is that what it is?
Take that!
It was the same blood on it, by the way. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? Right. I remember that. And he got caught by this disc. You have a drunk blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in the very courtroom, using my trusty Fogger gun. Is that how you're gonna call it? Yes, and we added the result to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Look at those two brothers now, they're sweaty. Oh, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. Boiling. I don't see any other people sweating. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
What's there to object to? This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What? Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. And? The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. The god of detection or such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this I think Judge just accepted it, so... plain are not fit to be called evidence. He's actually, he's actually, yeah, saying this as we were talking about it. Upsetting. No, don't listen to him, Judge. Call Benedict in. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn the same color. Well. Nice boats. And I think he had too many. Take that bottle from him. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes's word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes's concoction look crap? I don't know. I mean, it's great detective. What are you talking about? I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. Who? About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Huh? In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What do you just say, young girl? And in the summation examination, the decisions as to whether or not the trial continues is in hands of 6 jurors, isn't it? But from what I just heard, I think they might have actually agree with the 1-6. So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Oh, young lady, you have quite a devious mind. That's kind of scary. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you said, Bruno. Is that about right? Would you say? Or did I misunderstand anything? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source. It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Shut up. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. Okay,
Not guilty.
Oh!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I'm actually surprised. Wait!
Guilty!
Not guilty.
Ha! It's okay, DKP. I wonder how long you'll have to survive through that. So,
Objection!
my lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. It's not, you can't not accept it. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. And just because you're not happy with with the outcome, doesn't mean that. Fuck you. I'm sorry, Lord Oneseeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. Yeah, what judge said. This trial will continue. But who knows, yeah. Well, that's earlier than I thought, so that's not bad news. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena. What is that? Of a new witness. But sadly, I fear I fear that will be impossible. Huh? Why? What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgard Benedict, is quite clearly false. How do you know? Did you check? I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. But we have his photo. Could I say something? Who's that? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? Oh, that's number 5. I forgot there's 6 of them. I gave her a Russian man accent earlier. That's fine. Yeah, what do you have to say? If possible, Inspector. Eh? Me, madam? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right. Yes, this one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? She knows him. Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man. That's more coincidences. There. Subpoena. Subpoena? Under pain in Latin. Forced to appear. Forced to appear in pain. It means under pain. In court. Oh my god. Subpoena. 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 What? This doesn't look anything like it. So weird. Edgard. They just said that DKP. Yes, I know him. What? No. Oh, duh. I love this music. Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also, a communications officer. Stop. Oh, is he? Is she bluffing? Blushing? Look at her eyes. There's also like shine in them. Is she in love? He works in my office. Stop. Oh my. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I wouldn't expect him to be working at... I don't know. I expected him just to be wealthy as hell for no reason. Not doing anything his whole life. Oh, stretch. She's blushing. Definitely there's like pink blush, and she's like, she has these starry eyes like that young couple in the other case when they were looking at each other. Oh my god, that was so cute. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day whenever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him? This sounds so wrong. Within an hour. Lord 16, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lord ship beats, the court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the bone brokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. My god, just one part done. That took forever. I don't know if I will be able to finish this game today, I mean. Ah. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? She's probably not very happy with my job, okay? I'm just learning. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. I don't know, not me. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Because she's a bitch. What the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? What picture? Ah, you mean this. The photograph taken by Hurley's right-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I am. I can. Huh. Jeannie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night, eh? Runa's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Like, really, woman, if you told us everything, like, exactly what happened. Maybe we wouldn't have to crack this case piece by piece ourselves. And guess most of the time. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 221 to Windy Bank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in a lug with Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windy Bank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? Well, obviously, if we could predict the future, lots of things could have been avoided. I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark, as you like in here. Wait, what? As you like in there. I don't like it dark. What? So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! What? I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... the photo. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. You're the girl who wasn't here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon. Like you don't know what she's talking about. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I see her memory is still great. Wait a second. Never mind. I'm confusing it with another case. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would you do with it? What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it here, that's all. Oh, you want to see, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of kick-up out of the main bit of shop. Culkin brothers arrive in the scene, yes. What was that what was that noise? Something's breaking in. Someone's breaking in. Oh dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? True. What an unlucky man. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. Like all the victims in the series are just unlucky poor fellas that just... yeah. Horrible. Just horrible. That's just like life. Most of the people that are dying by the hands of others are completely innocent. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. He even tried to protect her. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he sat, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of scrap, and I started to think I should help, see? Yeah. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself and when 2 shots. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you forgot whoever had shot Mr. You thought whoever shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in my head. All of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. So she just passed out. It must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It will be alright, Jeannie. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rona's about to put the real culprit through the mill. I don't know about that. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Eggard Benedict. You guys think he's the killer? I still remember how he looked at me, like it was I was nothing. He has quite the look. He was there that night. You saw him? We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. She literally just said that he was there that night. You know what, woman? You could have saved me like 3 hours of the courtroom stuff if you just told me about him. Fuck you. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Rona's capable hands now, Jeannie. Yeah, my hands are very capable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I like girls. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter with them, even though he was a killer. I wish I understood what you just said. Why actually not? Unbelievable. No, I could never forget that. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, I don't forget that I also made you a promise. Girls would never lie to me. Yes, true. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm Lane? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. Then he will probably hang himself if it happens again. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused on the trial. You were? Yes. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure, yeah, like, I didn't know. Well, most of the crimes in this cases in this series are like, how are you gonna protect yourself? Like, there was clearly no way. We were literally sitting, him and the victim was sitting on the same chair, and then a gun was shot, and he was actually holding that gun by the end of the shooting. So it was insane. But yeah, we somehow did it still. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. I'm gonna cry. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. And you are no longer with me. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. This feels like it's been so long ago. Well, it kind of was too. I did leave this game for over a year. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, sorry, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What do you say? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like my gilded, I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris? We know you're better than you think. And we have come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naraodo, oh my god, she's crying. She's crying. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Okay. Gina's sister? No, I don't think so. No. Ginny is Ginny and Iris just living with Sherlock Holmes. I'd been both a defendant and a defendant lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another, and I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. He's lying. There's another chapter after this. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Creepy old detective. He's not old. And, well, he's like her father now. More or so. He's 34, he's not that old. I believe her father died, and her father worked with Sherlock Holmes. So, Sherlock took her in to live with him. I hereby call this court in order to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Ancient. People these days. Pathetic. Lord Winzix, have you successfully subpoena the witness? I was told that's how it's pronounced. Not not much more. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. Yeah, that's what it means. My lord, the subpoena. A witness has just appeared in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for your complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon. Ashley? I thought that's female name. Graydon. Communications officer. AG. Just like his thingy. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. Unisex. Okay. Weird. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know? Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh my, what a move. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just, I wanna know what exactly I need to do, so I'm gonna peek into, the accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you serious, the suggestion I colluded with these thugs to break into place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. DKP has some problems with his connection. Doesn't have internet, uses 3G. Some scare mode detectives homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Did Van Zieks tell you that? So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the juries will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. 1G right now. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Yeah, but the whole establishment may take, like, very, very long time. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Afternoon tea? It's already past 1:40 p.m. as far as I know. So, when is your afternoon tea? Some small consolation at least. let us not hold up, Mr. Graydon, any longer than necessary. Sure. Like I don't have my lunchtime taken away from me. Of course, Mr. Graydon is held higher than me. My needs. My apologies. You are. He really has the nerve to ask when he's saying, like, obviously I work here. Ryuna Skinner, the defense lawyer. We have met, by the way. And you held a gun against me, so... if you say so. Ashley Graydon, Enchante. Enchante? Enchante. Baffles you a bit? Just a bit. You'll get used to it. It's just the one game in the series. There's been so much stuff in the series that nothing really surprises me much. I gotta say, him drinking though was a little bit strange. I've seen only coffee in court, but not wine. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your fleshy hat while we do. Put it on! I want to see you with that hat on. That would be cool. Oh, my. You're looking good. How did you manage that hair to be so flawless after wearing a hat? I need his secret. Not permitted in real court. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I guess. Hotter in hat, without hat. Okay. Accusation. Cement. What? How's his head not falling off then?
Hold it!
Well, it's not permitted when driving while before and while driving anything. People should be in jail after that. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There is no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to spare me the science lesson. I mean, if he says that every blood is completely different, doesn't it mean, like, my blood should be also different from my own blood, like, a day ago? Because it also was probably different from, like, it depends on what I ate, like, what meds I was taking. Different conditions, right? So my blood may be different in different times. This thing should not work. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Yeah, like you don't know. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. by drinking it. Oh my. I think one Zeeks would probably agree with that statement. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? No. Now we are in the realm of fairy tales, are we? What is it? Why everyone's blushing?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulking? Hey, what, me? No, your brother. No, the Mr. Skulking next to you. And... Right. I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bruv, Sulky. Sulky, not Skulky. Wait. Ah, Sulky is his name. Skulky. No. Mr. Nash Skulky. They really did have to, prolong that. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share as though with that thought with the court? Hey, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. I must have been him. It must have been me, him. You what? They're so silly. Mr. Nash Skulking, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Technically not the same body anymore. 17 years. Oh. Every cell. Yeah, but they are changing like constantly, so I don't know. Nothing. Honest, Gov. Nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it will open up the wound again, that's all. Wound? What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh! Hell's bells! Yeah, dude. You just said something you probably shouldn't have. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Oh, yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Then mind us check that arm of yours that you're holding for some reason. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. Why? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. I can link your blood, though. Like, I know that your blood is on the disc. And the blood stain on the calendar where the bullet is also has the same color. So, must be yours, I guess. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Just checking your hand is somehow your privacy? Really? Like, I would just run towards him and just undress him. And I would have no regrets. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Uh-huh. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would... What do you mean you had nothing to do? You literally said you were coming in there from time to time. Well... The defense would like that statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker establishment where the man was killed. He literally said it earlier that he did come there to do stuff. What? Ew. But, okay, maybe.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon in the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Like, yeah. Too many witnesses, dude. You can't skip from this. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And the dude next to you too was also there. He was pointing a gun at us. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... Are you saying... You can't! I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Are you saying you work with you son of a bitch? I was actually suspecting him for the last parts. Like, at first I wouldn't even think. He was not very suspicious. Unbelievable. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. How could you forget that? You were literally called in by the pawnbroker, by the owner of that establishment, because someone was using a gun there. And it was this guy there. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Harley installed in Windybanks. Obviously. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. You can't really see them Well, but I think it's kind of undeniable, is this guy. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop that afternoon in question. Chips without sauce. Yeah. Also eats chips so every day and doesn't like grow three sizes of this guy. At no point have I denied that fact. You literally said you had nothing to do with it. Place. He contradicts himself constantly. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Yeah, right? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say in the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention on telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has to of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. Like, all thanks to Skulking Brothers. Yes, they were the key to it all, after all. But the detective kind of blocked us there. So, he says he had nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. I know what to do. He did have a reason to go there to get the damn disc. Never had anything to do. Yeah, right. Present.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, this afternoon, however, that afternoon. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. But it may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh, yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. Something like that. The surface of the yeah? So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Could it have healed in a couple days? Maybe not, I guess. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What's the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Oh, da. Well, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. Well, actually, I think he kind of took it, and she tried to take it from him. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking the item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. That's what you think. We'll get there. The disc. There is a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded... You know what? It's kind of easier to believe that, because she's a pickpocket. Rather than that she actually had it from the starters. But then again, she told us that McGilded gave it to her, no? Wait. Yeah? Yeah. Well, at least he told her to get it if something to happen to him. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir?
Pawn shop for pets? I don't think there are such things.
McGilded, you said, the famous London philanthropist.
A pawn shop. Stop.
Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
What do you mean perished? Didn't he die in this fire? Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself weren't acquainted?
Yes, that's correct. Could it be you killed him?
Oh, duh. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on the fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood he's lying. So, he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc
for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Thank you.
Hold it!
It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. It was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has
Is that right?
connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. McGilded? Well, are they?
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? He's gonna lie to me again? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. I can't. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why in Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? Why is? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this one, Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we are not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Is it going that deep? Are you telling me that Strongheart is connected to all this? What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here. Is there? I mean, what's going on? Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Okay, that was weird. I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later the same night.
Hold it!
No! I didn't want to hold it. I wanted to present. It's not at all. Oh. A valuer? Valuer? What is that? Was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garter bric-a-brac. Common or garden bric-a-brac. What? It's clear that you broke into shop later that night in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. But he already had it. I actually think police took it from him. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police after that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night that It was no more in the shop that night than I. And I keep saying I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing he left in the shop that night of Mr. McGilded. But there was. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly a short expression of his crumble. Yeah, me too. That would be great. But Gilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited in Windybank's. And then, when he released, he was going to be arrested on suspicion of omnibus murder. He threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it that the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded. Okay, can we just skip it? Because I know what we need to present here. The reason for that, I'm sure. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact he's lying. Yeah. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windybank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back. And it's a box that we never actually seen. So apparently it was stolen?
Objection!
Or there's just so many boxes that we haven't actually seen that one. This disc was deposited at Windybank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. But...
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. Wow. She said that. What? You heard me. Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded and Windybank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulking Brothers. Satisfying, yes it was, I gotta say. I can't believe he said that. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Especially considering that there's like millions of little boxes in there. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? Well, I guess I am. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zix? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. Well, how do you know? And rest assured, the prosecution can't prove it. Yeah? Like what? You have photos of the place in every possible angle? Like before and after, or what? What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints. Right, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. But there's only 2 cameras. They don't picture all the possible places in the shop. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture, and another was capturing this place. Like, what about the whole area here? And you can't even see anything from these shelves either. So it's not showing you shit, pretty much. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGillicud's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 10 and 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items on the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then, here we have another print. This one was taken from 2 hours later, after the incident. Does it really show the whole place? It doesn't. Are you saying there is no shelves on the other side? Like, I can't believe this.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
Are you trying to tell me I need to find a difference? I guess the police already did it.
Are there? I don't think I see any differences.
Actually, there is a difference, and I can see it. This box here. It has a different position. It's still there, but the position is different.
Oh dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. What? What? A book? So, your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in the both. Ah, so you just checked the number, you didn't check like... That's why you probably missed that one of the items is moved. Book? What are you talking about? In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. But something was taken from the box. It was taken from it. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I couldn't have just shown that... could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box. Who took your heart? This guy? I bet. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? We might have to see that hot scene then. I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. No, they're not. What? So, counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. I don't. Oh, they give me new lives. When did this happen? I literally started from the new chapter today, kinda, like a whole new part, and I still had like 4 lives out of 5. Ooh. Why am I suddenly getting 5 now? I mean, thanks. Another hidden discrepancy. Point out. Use a piece of evidence. Point out discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? Sorry about that, babe. DP. You must identify the location of the question for the court. Indicate the precise location of discrepancy. Doesn't matter which part I'm pressing. Present.
Take that!
Granted. These two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Because they're blind. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, you don't really need to do it that way, but must be so cool. I wonder if in 3DS version you could just put on 3D mode and see the difference. I might want to test it on 3DS. I heard that this first game actually had fan translation. So small box, yeah. But let me see. Wait. Unbelievable. This is so funny seeing him using that thing. You're right. How extraordinary. Cross-eyed. Brown square. It's a box. What this tells us is clearly simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Vindy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact? Yes. The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What is it? What if it was? So, a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, maybe something was inside the box was stolen, dude. But nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilded's box was not stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I mean, I mean, what's the point of coming through all this if it's not changing anything? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What's in the box? What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Vindy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Are you fucking kidding me? I just kind of connected all these things and you're telling me it's not? Shut the fuck up and bring me the box. But I'm pretty sure all we will see is that it's empty. Because something was stolen from it. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord 16. Bailiff. Yeah. Is this another recess? He hates me. Scary eyes. You're gonna poke someone with those eyes. Reset, okay. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord 16. This is nothing but a smoke screen, a Nipponese specialty. It would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Really? Why would they even be in the shop, though? I don't think so. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Okay. Did anyone count how many bottles already? If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. And the bottle looks like it's kind of something of wait a second. I just noticed it. Only now. Literally. I just saw it just looked fancy. But it's literally death on his bottle depicted there. Wow. Is this safe to drink? A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied in fact. So, I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. His own wine brand. So he's trying to sell it, advertise it while drinking it in the court. Actually, interesting way of doing things. An article this upstanding member of society pwned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. How can you not accept a gift? You know, it doesn't make rather a lot of sense. What? Jewel, gold, rich enough. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Order now. Sweet. Wait, what did he say? To explain what possible significance this commonplace article spawned by this fine citizen could have. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, right, Bruno? We know that they are related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know that disc is significant, even if we don't know why. Yeah, we never heard what's on the disc. But if we explain all that to court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Whoopsie-doops. But Jeannie. Could it be that when Ziggs knows? He probably does, smartass. Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? sooner or later the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Magilda deposited this with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on stand to testify about that, it could critically damage her chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. See, you asked for it, for the defendant to be at the witness stand. There you go.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited in Windy Banks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting.
I presume you have considered the implications of the testimony you are proposing, in particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Manzix, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You, witnesses currently in stand, may step down until further notice.
Oh my god, that's not it. That's not even ending of this case. Oh my god. Yeah, goodbye. For now, I guess.
Wait. Huh? Ada, wait!
You, sir, shall remain and stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. That's even more interesting. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Thanks. She doesn't seem to be happy about it. Will she even speak? Look at her. She's like, The articles that Mr. McGill has deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Oh, yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. Yeah, he did. The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least. And now here we are all, again. The same players in the trial facing each other once more. It's kinda cool. We're like, can we have party now? All familiar faces? No? A twist of fate, perhaps. I mean, you already have wine. My Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Do we really need that? An old brick maker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one person in the carriage, Mr. McGildet. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under the seat of the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGildet died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? She's like, that was a secret! How can you? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have a little credibility to lose. Jeannie, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Rona now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. Sometimes you're not the only one here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildet's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. This is it then. Everything's going to come out like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Could be your end as a lawyer. Da 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 da. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slobs. That's when McGill slipped the driver some teen to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me to not to snitch. Not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Oh, good grief, this is outrageous. What you have just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an in error in McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Why are you looking at me like that? The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. But I didn't know either. I didn't know. I don't believe this. The trial was a farce? Oh no, they're not gonna trust her.
Ya run a lot of ya. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really snitched everyone up, stitched everyone up, didn't he? Stitched. What an operation. To get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilden's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. I would be shitting myself at this point.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. No, Consul. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay. Wait a second. Oh, I can't. Why I can't look at him? He's just standing with his back towards us. What's going on?
Hold it!
If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under here, so you can't see nothing at all. What the hell? Yes, everything's okay. Are they talking?
Excuse me.
I wouldn't guess, I gotta tell you. I wouldn't. There's no prompt for it, but you have to do this. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson? It feels like there are schoolers. Like, I remember teachers saying something like this when you were like whispering with your friend, you know, in school. Is there something you'd like to share with us? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. I am. Why not? Would be cool. Would be cool. I'd like to scream at children. I'm joking. Or am I? Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack. What are you whispering there about? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Put the other one, Sunshine. Who? You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? So he's shady to you. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Why is Gregson still there, by the way? I thought he was only watching over the two other guys. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? I want to know too. I think we're supposed to actually start all over.
Hold it!
Because we didn't finish with this pressure. Yeah, he's not like, he's just standing still now. Okay. I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger. Did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealing of some kind? Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing on the floor. Killing. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up to the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived, and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was... What had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Rapping? It was rapping. Scream. Yeah.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seat on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. Then they screamed. The driver pulled up the horses and McGill got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started from. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to this incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there cause I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and the voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Yeah, he did. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I'd know what had happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. McGilded gave him some money. Oh, indeed, Lord Lindsay. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and, all careful-like, before handing it over. Then I saw him do that. I remember thinking when I saw him do that. That coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windebank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her gibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at the leak. Then Bob Troller called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me to not to stitch, right?
Hold it!
Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scrap Scarper if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was, he told me I'd have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to take the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lock, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. Plus, there is like no insurance that she wouldn't just get it back, you know, if he didn't come for the ticket in 2 months.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had to the driver deposited in Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Couldn't he just destroy the thing? Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Consul. I've heard enough. Wait. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
Did we?
Okay.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. Maybe it was like, I don't know. Maybe it proves his guilt or something in some way. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? I mean, he also told her to do that, so I don't know. Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. She didn't just think, she also went to do it, to get it.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got the clue, darling. Okay. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and it's ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by Magilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Can't we just check, like, quickly take a look what's inside there? Like, very quickly. No, we can't. No, we can't. Okay, the next part is gonna be hella long. Wow, that's gonna be a long part, like a very long part. I thought that I can finish it today, but to be honest, I don't think I'm in condition. I did have a more lengthy rest today than I usually did, but the sleep itself wasn't that great. I feel tired. And I want to enjoy this piece, so yeah, I would just like to leave the finale for the next part. Let's do it. Let's save first. This case is quite lengthy, and yeah, I like how they are also connected stuff to the previous case. Interesting, and I can't wait to see more, but I guess not this week because we already have planned stuff. Tomorrow we will be playing Ill Bleed, and Saturday and Sunday is Tomb Raider Legend and Anniversary. 720 at least. Okay, I'm glad if you will be able to. Hope you can see Ill Bleed tomorrow. DKP, you've been waiting for it. Alright, I'd like to thank you, whoever is in chat still there. Thank you for sticking up with me and keeping me a company. I wish you all good night when it's gonna be night for you, and see ya. I will be here tomorrow.